All right, hey people, welcome back to my the House of Fata Morgana stream. This is a big might be for the main, at least the main story. Might be the last stream for the main storyline. I'm already at the last door. Give me a second. I need to deal with something really quickly, work related. Alright, so this might be the last stream for the main story. I'm gonna try my best to try to finish this game by today before I need to switch to RE4. So RE4 is already out for some people. I actually watched Distortion this morning. He's been streaming for 9 hours already. It's not yet officially out in for normal people, so you know. Anyway, let's continue where I left off. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. Why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's soul. In order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. I'm not quite following. What do you mean by change your perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do. Something your motivations or your circumstances that might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story, with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chances she might have a change of heart. Okay, I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. There is no ambiguity, no justification for my actions. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth if you're willing to tell me you're part of it. Okay, I'll come by your room later today. Hey, is it... I'm not doing the voices anymore. It's gonna hurt my throat. Hey, is it all right if I'm there too? Sorry, I'd rather if you weren't. Why? Everything you need to know, I've told you already. I've captured the witch. No, I've kidnapped a young girl for profit and imprisoned her in the tower. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. The things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand why I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that. Nice. I understand. I'll see you again later in the day. I'll be waiting. I should get going too. You're going to need medication and something to get that arm rest properly. And if there's anything else I can get you, let me know. If you want to see a doctor, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you. No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all. Me too. Well, see you. I'm kind of surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? And I'm sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had the thing going on. What does she see in the guy like him anyway? She's got a bad taste in guys, that's for sure. What's with that look? Just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks. Sorry. I was just kind of relieved. It kind of came out. It's okay. You almost got the smile out of me. I've never seen you smile before. I blame being relieved too. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room? Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it open, and honestly, I'm amazed you're able to stand up to him like that. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm beginning to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord. That's reassuring. Thank you. Sure. Anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should get going to see a doctor with those wounds. Oh yeah, Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I'll have to tell her not to pounce on you because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you. Wait, let me run some work related thing. Giselle. You're right. I do have people who will support me. People who are grateful for me and who will show concern for me. But you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can't I not hear you? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. Oh shit. It's almost sunset. Looks like the snow didn't stick. You could have actually seen the snow last night, could you? You couldn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that when the light started fading from the sphere of darkness encasing you? Or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there somewhere. I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. Just a moment. Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone. It's only me. Yes, I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you had to say. All right. Not being from this land, I don't believe in the local god, nor do I think priests and preachers are any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is if I give a confessional, it won't be to another human. You're an angel. Oh my god? The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Wait. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? I was thinking about everything you said earlier in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana and the fact you could see into my heart, and in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not man's job. Which means you must be something else. I'll tell you everything. Every foolish mistake. Every terrible crime. In exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next. To lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell what direction I'm supposed to be heading is indulged. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Please. Will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path that you take than you. But you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? Okay. I can't guarantee that anything I'll have to say will be of use, but I will do the best I can to lead you in the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I'm not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though. That much is true. She's your debtor. Exactly. I suppose you could say, admire her. She is everything I am not, everything I cannot be. Is that something I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her? That I'm incapable of feeling love? Should I tell her that, knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I'm lying to her. But there are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, aren't there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. As you know, I'm not from this land. The issue is, I don't know I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road, stretching out before me as far as the eyes can see. Clouds of dust wisping across the bare dirt trail. The endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. Oh, we're in the Gobi Desert. Nice. I can only remember the last 5 years or so of my life. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. That's where I decided someone built like me would be the most use, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working in a noble estate would have been easier, without a doubt. If only for the fact I would have had a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images from which I can guess I was a part of a caravan, or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance, or at least I assumed that's what happened. When I next woke up, I'd been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from the tone of their voice and expressions that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing me. As you'd expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently I had been beaten quite badly when I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, and on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put a fight. As strong as I may have been in full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like. How it feels like to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water. Oh boy, you little did you know, man. Oh, I see. So as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. Wait, my arm. There was no one from the same part of the world as me, and there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language, though I can only speak it. I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. A darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse, and who wouldn't? The daily desire to extract vengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about what I was deep down. A beast. And my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. 4 years ago, I was sitting on a carriage as it rattled along the dirt road. This was not the kind of carriage you rode around town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed front to back with slaves, or soon to be slaves. I suppose I should say. There were men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces, and no one had the strength left to resist. They looked like me earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course, swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off it. It was, suffice to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant, perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow from everyone else crying in the carriage. It was almost like The tears were not for herself. Why are you crying? At the question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for... I'll just turn out my work laptop. Work is already done for me anyway today. Come back to this tomorrow. At my question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assumed her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me. Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment? Not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself. To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of the swamp, untainted by its surroundings and gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment I was filled with a sense of tranquility, and though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles trying to taint her, and so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise. No, don't kill me. Please. You can have all my money. You can go free if that's what you want. I'll apologize. Anything. Ha ha ha. What? Why are you laughing? Please, spare me. I have a wife and children. Please. I'm begging of you. And why should I care? Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. Even with the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guard down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their minds. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I had made. Lies I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength. Okay, we can just stop there. More. I need more. I need more. I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me killing those men. The power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what I was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to simulate in the first place. After taking the keys off of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you! Unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. If she had said one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood I probably would have stopped there. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In that time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been waiting minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Our savior! You are our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! I'm a beast. What? I'm not a savior. I'm not a man. I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I? But what are you? More. I need more. I thirst for more. What? 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 Why are you pointing your? I need more. He basically became murder, murder man, murder man. In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before I had felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I rode through them were delicious. The look of their fear in their eyes, the way their face twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths, opened in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me. They had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravaged me. Everyone who asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around inside the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing off their open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered, others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang open out of their open cuts. All of them had the look of agony frozen in their faces as death took them. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her, or if it was just a coincidence, but the girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot. She was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overwhelmed any sense of reason. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream or to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? At my question, the girl finally spoke. Why did you kill them? The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet the strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The word she used didn't matter, it was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect, because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it. And why haven't you killed me yet? I couldn't find a sure answer for the question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospective, I realize now that her voice was my first tether. But at that time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I had killed other children and women. Young, old, sad, miserable, it didn't matter. Nothing had so much as pricked my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped out the carriage and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was I unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of the helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. My back. After escaping from the slave traders, I became somewhat a bandit. I had no choice. I had no hope in anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Glycogens. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money, I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. My nose is so itchy for some reason. Did the game just hang or something? Can you not do this right now? I think it did. I think it did. Well, it did. Okay, we can just always skip. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, fast forward. Why are you not skipping? Come on, come on. I don't know why I didn't skip this one. I guess I'm doing it manually then. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Alright, I have to do it manually. I don't know why it's not like responding to. No, maybe because it's set to like it won't skip anything I quote unquote haven't encountered, which means the game didn't recognize that I went through these scenes. Alright. Remember the last line. What was the last line? All I remember was that he became a bandit. Then he lived by the sword. Alright, we're skipping through this really quickly. Oh, we're still here. Alright, here we go. It was simply a matter of survival, and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. Until finally encountering something I could not defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day, I woke up with chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set out for a nearby village, hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road, so I had to assume I had made it close to the city. Dozens of people passed by, simply pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like a respectable person would want to involve themselves in the normal circumstances. So it was no surprise they weren't interested in the sick, filthy foreign man. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I had bait. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passerbys. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I'd accepted that such was the way of the world. But then, I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit, looking down on me. Are you all right? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry. I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there, just a little longer and you'll be fine. And what is your God going to do for me? He helps people in need. It's not very big, but we always got room for people who need it. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to give you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? No, not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it. You are going to carry me? Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it, one way or another. Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer. I'm heavy, aren't I? Very heavy. But that's not a problem. I can do anything if I put my mind into it. Just throw me into a ditch. Now. God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So, how are you feeling? Better, I hope. I left some applesauce on the bedside if you're feeling up to eating anything. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to. Why did you help me? Because that's what people do. They help each other. That's not what most people do. I like to think it is. You church people are exceptions. I'm not sure I agree with that. This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer. If there's anything else you want, please let me know. I can't make you fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will. Could you tell me your name? I'm Marie. Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin? You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary? Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts. Yeah, I can see that. So that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. I take it you've been here for a while then. Yes, I have. How exciting. So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you came from. I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere. There's nothing I could tell you. It can be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want. I'm even less inclined to do that. Get better soon, okay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name. What was that? Your name. It suits you. Oh no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way? I have no name. You don't? If you want something to call me, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You can give me a name. I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more happy to help though, but you should go with the name you think is best. I see. Well, I should get going. I'll be around if you need anything, just holler. Bye then. Biden blast. Sorry. How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't even know anything about me? I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road, I had been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than I even knew. And now I was back in health. I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you. No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know. Stay a bit longer and make sure everything's alright. I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary. If you're sure, take this as payment for the food and lodging. I I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity. Charity is not free. You paid for it. Let me pay you back. I can't. Please, take the money. If you insist, I can access it as tighter. I have no idea what that word is. I'm guessing it is donations in a different way. A title? Think of it as a donation to the church. It is a donation. Why are they using a different word for it specifically? I have no idea actually. Like you said, the work we do isn't free. All right then, a title it is. Thank you, and may God bless you for your generosity. So long. Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you could stop by sometime. I never did get the chance to have this talk with you. I know it's so itchy again. And I was really looking forward to it too. I'll just cause you more trouble. What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Are you afraid you'll scare people off because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that. It's not just my appearance. Do you mean it? That it won't cause any trouble having me around? I absolutely mean it. Okay, I'll consider it. Wonderful! I can't wait to see you again. Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God? I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew that was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to their church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of a slave girl's voice had several years ago before. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. A smiling face was my new debtor. I had always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people. That was my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. But as exhilarating as taking other people's lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I would never attain. Still, I longed for it. I started with brief visits every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. The more we met, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part of one. I thought if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived. It's the giant man. Marie, the giant man's here. Giant? Hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. I was having trouble deciding what to bring you. You're always welcome here, you know. You don't have to bribe yourself in. But I appreciate it, thank you. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I brought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children. They'll be delighted. Thank you so much. It's nothing really. So have you decided on a name for your salt yet? Not yet, no. Nothing at all? It makes talking to you a little awkward, not having anything to call you. In that case, the giant man is as good as anything. Did he get under your skin? A little. I'm not that big, am I? We're all giants and little kids. I do wish they would be less blunt about it sometimes, though. Hey, I like that about kids. You know, they're really honest about shit. Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves. They're ordinary children. You're just not a scary person. They'll only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you. What? You make it sound you are dangerous or something. Because I am. Don't get so worked up about it. The only difference between about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same. I'm not so sure. You must have had a pretty awful experience because of your appearance, then to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain. It's not necessary. But if I could, then maybe I would feel a little closer to you. If only I could be even half the same race as you. Oh man, I hate this is poking to like what happened in Door 2 when she becomes half Asian. You had nothing to gain from being more like me. You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. I would probably have a pretty black hair at least. Because in Door 2, she does have black hair. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you. This game, man, this game, it's poking on me right now because I'm considering the events that happened like in the earlier parts of the game. It's like straight up kicking my ass. Why is my nose so itchy? Why are you so obsessed with being like me? I, mm, I just am. Oh, yeah. That was about the time I started noticing the feeling she had for me. At first, I thought I was simply being egotistical, that there was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I believed I loved her too, and that if we could be together as a man and a woman, then I would be finally able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands of the killer within me, defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long. That I would be able to see the light. And that I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope. But what are we doing out here? So late in the night. Sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out. It certainly wasn't easy. So you had something to tell me? What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. And then once you heard me out, I want you to turn me down. What? Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down. I still want to hear it. I love you. Sorry, I really I can't do this dramatic moment right now. I just don't get that dramatic moment for these two couple. I get that for like the main couple, man. Anyway, I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we meet, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please. And I will stop trying to get close to you. Anna Marie, you're not. What? My real name is Pauline. Pauline? Marie is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. Oh, my neck. Here we go. This is why I don't do the voice thing too much. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. I know it's forbidden. Oh, yeah, you know what? I could try that. Like, deep, girly. What the fuck? I know it's forbidden. But I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you for being so honest with me. No, thank you for not turning me down. Wow. Talk about an anxious day. That doesn't match her voice, but you know, I can't keep using a higher pitched voice just for women. When he asked me to meet you out here tonight, I wondered if that might be what it was about. It felt like my heart was going to explode all day. Heart? Explode? Guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they? Yeah, we do. Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know. Is it really that stressful? Is it like that for you? Oh, why is my nose so itchy? Is it like that for you too? Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Tell me something, Pauline. What is it? How exactly is it hard on your nerves? What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds. I want to scream and I want to jump into the lake all at the same time. That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific? Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot. Ooh, that is hot. You mean you get aroused? This conversation. Aroused? No, to put it bluntly, yes. I see. You're a real jerk, you know. You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, you? Well, that was insightful. So I'm not in love with her, or romantically attached to her, or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does the exact opposite. My first fire burns when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. I just want someone to keep me placated. I'm disturbed though, through and through. A murderer and a beast. See? That's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you would laugh at me. I'm sorry. I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether, became a invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was in peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst, overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who comes across my line of sight, and sometimes Pauline became the desired object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control, and if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into beast. My nose! Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though never once did I tell her how much I truly felt. And I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was me. Dude, I totally know people who are like this when I think about it. Man, that sucks. Maybe. Oh, man. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman, while I now understand her compulsive deeds of charity were a result of the stress and uncertainty she felt about herself at that time. I believe she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believe she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had come to be known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question, and as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her God did not supply her with endless store of bread and wine either, and any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her toward wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. She still would tell me she would meet up how when we meet up how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so gave her peace, and if I could be part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church or orphanage running, and a raid large enough in scale to do so would inevitably be traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. How was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money? I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself. When I received a summons from the Lord. Oh, there you go, Jacopo. I take it you're the Oriental man who's been buzzing around the local church of late. When I saw the Lord, I was surprised at how young he looked. There couldn't been more couple years difference between us. I had envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least, a middle-aged man. That would be me. Yes, what of it? Who do you think you are talking to, you impudent rat? Show some respect. Apologies, I'm not familiar with the local customs and language. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. I wasn't actually sure it was you now, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one of the slaves of the Far Eastern origin had remained unaccounted for. I take it would be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I to be punished? That depends on how our talks go. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you to as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being as an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, aren't you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living on whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't that comical? Then you could choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog. I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me with a little something I'm working on. Help you with exactly what? Something that's going to make me a lot of money, and if you're going to lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with the church you're so fond of and the nun you've been taking a liking to. That nun of yours had made quite a name for herself, and out in the city proper, people have called her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. Ha! The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food for nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping into first swim scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like this conversation that overstayed their welcome. Fair enough. Then let's get down to business. Not far from here, there's a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracities of the rumors later. Right now, all I want for you is to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said if I help you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which you can distribute to the patrons of the church, in exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoners will love the Saintess, handing out all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up, and in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly, the money I can use to support her church will boom the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. So what it will be, will you help Or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept up there to ensure that we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just a chomping at a bit now, aren't you? I thought you hesitated a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume you to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't necessary for the growth of the city. No. I mean, you're much a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. What a bastard Jacobo is. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple of days later, I made my way to the location the Lord has given me. A small cottage by the lake where the witch was said to live. I had been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her. So my plan to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have any resembling as a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However, who's there? When I heard a witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years earlier. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice. A stream of pure, clear water cutting through the ground for anything. I would never forget the first thing I have ever managed to suppress my desire. My first stutter. Wait. My nose is so itchy. Let me close this. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her. Who is it? Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested at the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me. Please leave. However, when I heard the voice, my hand fell limp. Please stay away from my home. I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? I had nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy. So please, go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please, just go away. As you say. As she commanded, I took my leave of her cottage in somewhat of a haze. I should have come to no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare for me. Yet, even in her duration, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself, should I do as the Lord requested and capture her, or should I let her go free as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do, though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for two debtors. While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she was somehow managed to escape, there's no saying how the Lord might react, so I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was she never opened her door. It wasn't just me, it seemed like she was wary of everyone. There was one exception though, the boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake. It's been a while since we last met on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nell. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured, I will give her my blessing as much as she needs. Thanks. I really appreciate it. The weather's kind of Not great today, huh? Looks like we might get some rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you. Watching the two of them, it occurred to me I could make good use of the boy. You know what? Since I'm not displaying my camera, I'll just do that in RE4. Display my camera, so I'll just full size the screen. You could have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away, or you help me capture her. Get away from her right now. And if you choose the witch, I will kill the girl. Get away! Make your decision. Get away from her. You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I will kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. Oh wait, that doesn't sound like the Morgana voice I was using. I can't do that. I can't do one scream. You know what? I'm just not gonna do that. Get away. No. Stay away from me. No. Help. Don't. Was it too high? Was this too high? I don't remember Morgana's voice anymore. Don't kill me. Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. What? Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? What? Why? My arm. My arm. No. Put me down, please. Help. Someone, please help. The witch with the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. This line! I love this line. When I see this shit, when I see lines like this, man, this is the most edgy line I've seen, man. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Nothing personal. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance the whole church for her. So don't take it personally. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside, then made my way to the mansion as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us had locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I had used a boy as bait to get her to open the door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything else Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog? I can kill him, if that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family? He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. You picked one hell of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him? There are many people in this world you can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing. You're one of them. The boy. He most likely isn't. Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, that makes things a little easier. We can just make him into an accomplice then. That's everything up about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mal, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself in my own will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the three keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me. I heard the news. You were selected to be a part of the Lord's personal guard. Now you've got it made. Congratulations. You exaggerate. It's nothing. Oh, now, no need to be humble. He would have picked you if he wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust. If you say so. It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him. I hope you're right. He trusts you. I'm sure of it. I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard. And I've got more exciting news, too. The Lord sent me a messenger for me earlier. Apparently, he's building a new church. He wants me to serve as the nun there. Can you believe it? You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city's saintess after all. It's a little wonder you would be his first choice. I really don't think I'm that important. Do you not want that position? No. I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news. That's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is one thing you want more than anything else, am I? Right. That's what I want more than anything else in the world. I see. Hey, smile for me, would you? Huh? I've been smiling this whole time, haven't I? No, just now. Forever. Of course. When I'm with you, nothing could possibly take that smile off my face. I'm glad to hear it. I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. You might as well have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me. I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices. The kids here are to see the saintess. It's gotten quite noisy out there as of late, yes. Oh? The saintess? Your voice has gotten raspy too. Oh, at least I'm doing the raspy voice already. That's how I envision her voice anyway. Was that my doing? Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held more value than your blood. And I took that away from you. Yes. You tree took everything from me. So we did. And I'll chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood within an influx of donations with which the Lord invested in various businesses in the city. I had no idea the blood was actually had miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As the world of the elixir spread, the Lord's prophets grew in kind. One fact was undeniable: the witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. And that's everything. Appalling, isn't it not? Morgana. If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take the sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to extract punishment from me. Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time though. I need time to cool down enough I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So, you are still willing to speak with me? I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out what path you should take. You're an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave, and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I am simply deeply pained. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man as you. People are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself. I never saw that desire true though. My thirst far outpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her. And the next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it is all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit, because it's what I needed. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe in some part of you who does genuinely want to help her. Alright. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any thrill or euphoria I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I have a conscience, if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at that time. If you can save her though, please do. I can't do anything. If I try, I'll only make things worse. I cannot do anything on my own either. Give me your word, and you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do, and I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up if you want. Doubt won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the whole, hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw, with no embellishments. Please do. And so I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck, that he was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up, that he massacred countless people, and that he took the life of his lover who come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. Oh man, it's already nighttime. That was I mean, to be fair, Door 2 was a really long story. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I ever imagined. It is the truth though. You become the target of Morgana's loading, and you are led back to this mansion. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may seem to be comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast. A horrendous, precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundations you had built, and as a result, you were no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I'm no different now. I have no more control over myself when I'm killing people than the man you describe. You see me do reprehensible things, and in spite of that, you never condescendingly or insulted or never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me then? I am not afraid of you now. What are you then? I don't understand. I am the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I am to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future, but I am equally frustrated at myself. You're right. The things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the women who came searching for you. But on the personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that to you, it's something you haven't done yet, but it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside. I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they care about had received that kind of treatment. I suppose. And that's how you feel, though. Aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I could eliminate Morgana's hatred, the three of your souls would be set free as well. So, you're going to save me too? Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of redemption, especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I'm a beast, true and true, a twisted psychopathic monster. You were conflicted though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true, you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness which caused a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said about you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather, nothing but a man who derived pleasure in killing, maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what you had turned you into that, no matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constant shifting desires, your Mental fragility. I hate when I can't see what's behind. All appear to me as all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now. To continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation? To abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss about everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere, and that's what I want for you too. It will be more than trying. It will be the more trying path, yes, but you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in the human world, and you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take. Shit, I don't know what this word is. Run for your own sake and for hers. Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believe it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can and possibly should keep inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you had the tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. You cover so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around her. The man you are right now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most is restraint. I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Pauline. She believed in me. She put her faith in the beast and went out in search for him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that will murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make the next one better. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me guidance. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know. I'd say you put it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you make a damn convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I'll join the Church of Michelle. Alright. Don't look at me like that. I was just kidding. Now can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way. Like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I'm I wouldn't ask a normal man to show me how to lead my life. I I see. Although what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Perhaps, or maybe they're able to see my desire to be normal. Well, well, that's everything I had to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume. That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key. Then I'm going to set Morgana free. I doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You'll be there too. Okay, I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? That should be doable. But why? There's someone else I need to speak with first. Alright, I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening then. Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No. I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, there's enough a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far, and all that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I still don't fit. The pieces I have still don't fit together. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him, and he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of the events either. Are those portrayal the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And if he really is the man he's made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I've met have been fundamentally the same though. Are you the exception? Jacopo? Morgana found joy in her life during the 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria is more likely to be able to persuade Morgana's animosity? I'll have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move my right arm. I can't feel my fingers at all. It burns. I've managed this long, but damn, it doesn't hurt. Wait, I'll be right back. My nose is really itchy for some reason. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. 7 p.m. How many hours left before RE shows up? Oh shit! What is distortion fighting? Oh my god! He's been streaming. I've been watching the guy play RE for like 9 hours, and that was like 2 hours ago. So I'm guessing that's like almost. He's probably streaming for 9 hours now ish. So long, man. Give me a second, I need to check something really quickly. Oh yeah. What time RE shows up? The estimated time. Because RE will be out in approximately 4 hours. Oh man. 4 hours. All right, let's continue. I don't know who's talking, so this is like an actual question mark for me as well. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? I know that voice. I'm looking at someone, a woman. She's draped in black fog, and I can't make out many details. But even though the darkness, I know who she is. She is mother. No. She is not my mother. She is... Why would you even ask such a question, mother? You're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little illumination for our services. No, mother. It is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should we, when I am only borrowing his power? Oh, this is Morgana. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's Morgana. Okay, let's put some voices then. I'm trying to figure out who that was. Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. It's not for the miracle itself. You deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother. I appreciate it very much. I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others in my Heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have much longer, my dear. If we can afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me with a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceive you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will. Then you must respect his will as well, mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint. Why do I make her sound so old? So old. Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother! Mother looks over a strange man, showed me into her carriage. The look in her eyes sends chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She does not actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable, because they're worthless to me. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably. Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit. What? Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a great sin. I will do no such thing. I will entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself into helping the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself. You're ignorant, innocent, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion. That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world. As God... Silence! You are not here to talk. Oh shit. I accidentally clicked. As I've already told you, I will do no such thing. What you will and will not do is my decision, not yours. The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair, knocks me to the floor. I beg of him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say. Cheers, the saints' blood, and good fortune to all. I stare vaguely out at the people gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arms and legs open. It isn't long before they're unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. The Lord sometimes had trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of a sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I will use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get more nice pure blood from there. Stop this. Can you not comprehend what you're doing is an affront to the Lord? I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you are no different from any of my slaves. Ooh. The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions. Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you? Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day. Ha! Oh, wait. Ha! You're not as threatening as you think you are, buck-naked girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars. All I can do is wait, endure day after day of torture and shame, of the Lord searching for new places to stick with his knife. My entire body except my face is covered with reddish black wounds. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. O Father, who art in heaven, I pray for thee to lead me on to deliverance. Father, your trials, they're too great. Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt. Her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that though? Is there some reason, some explanation for his actions? I'm thoroughly exhausted. Like we've spent last several months having my blood drain again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move. Damn it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will. I make my way to the courtyard. Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Sneaking on the church ground is a bit unnerving, so if you... Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday. Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look as about fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury. Nothing of significance. Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? I can get around just fine with a few fingers. You gotta take yourself into consideration too. You can only run on the raw determination for so long. And I imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You're asking to talk and showing up looking like that? If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Head on, back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other time, Kay? When you're feeling... I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow. That's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in. But that doesn't change what I need to do. If I can't save Morgana, I can't get Giselle back. That makes it more important. I can't do her voice anymore. Shit. That makes it more important to get your rest. And what do you suggest I do then exactly? Honestly, I don't get why you're in such a damn titsy. Get a hold of yourself, man. I am plenty calm. I'm sure you don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me and get your ass back and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how the great effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I had to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fate in store for all of you, so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one who knows what awaits. So what makes you... What? A prophet or something then? Not exactly, no. But in the terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, that is asking a lot. That's fine. You don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have the time to waste. All I need you to do is to tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you are the prophet or whatever, why don't you just, get the hell out of town? Say, fuck it, this is too much, and vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, if anyone's ever gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed. I'm not in this attention for praise. I can't sit idly by, knowing what I know, seeing what has happened, and what will. knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her. Not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true the mansion will continue to be warped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put into rest until I do something about that. That's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Wait, did they skip something? Oh shit. Oh, that was a weird text thing. I don't get what happened there just now. 3:28. I have enough time. Probably like 3 hours before RE. Well, there's the installation time, but I'll use the installation time to like drink brew some coffee and shit. I mean, not literally, or maybe literally. I don't know. I want to continue. I'll straight up play the game, man. Oh man. All right, here we go. Giselle. Is that what you meant? You told me you want me to stay with her? Say to her? You seem kind of like the fellow who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though I guess, in a way, that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know? I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down first. Okay. I really can't do last, man. No, I can do last as long as I feel like. I just didn't feel like. Anyway. Morgana said that? She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Huh. Who'd have thought? Damn, that's kind of great to hear. Did she never tell you herself how she felt? She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. She had these colossal walls around her. I can see that. Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know. She appreciated that what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of the slave trader, and she was being transported and said this with tears in her eyes. I'm so sad. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what you said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, aren't you? Those were her exact words, yes. As hard as it may be to believe. Nah, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just wow, yeah. If I'd known that's how she felt, then maybe I should have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her? Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted. Some distance. None of us were really cut out from the same caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of mother figure for her, we didn't have it in us. Who was the closest to her? He's dead. The slave? Huh? What's this about a slave? There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt in the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life. Ah, yeah. That guy. He was the closest of any of us to her. Or at least, he gave her the most attention. And he's 6 feet under. That's unfortunate. What can you do? People come and go. That's just the way things... I thought maybe he was still alive. that it will improve our chances of saving Morgana. Improve our chances? The only way to go way about it is we smash the Lord's fucking skull in and take his key. That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go to the observation tower? Huh? Me? Why? I want you to be there to say something to her. I'll say whatever you want to say once you've gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone who... I don't know what this is. For when she's finally set free, will you do more to pull her out of her darkness than anything else? That's all the more the reason it can't be me. Why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance. I can't do anything, not with the reasons you're giving me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options though. You know, actually, while I doubt this will do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her but never got the chance. Oh? It's nothing special, just a rinky-dinky little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. It's not from me, it was supposedly to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday gift. But that was the day before the brothel got raided. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Well, now that's out of the way. I should split. Best of... There you are. Oh, okay, this is now. You were in your room. I was worried. I got new kid's voice, man. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? There's a chance you might be able to set the saintess free. No way I am going to miss that. That's why you're here? That is to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's release. Do you feel the same way, Nelly? If Mel tells me she wants to, then I won't stop him. He was threatened, so it's possible. I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways you can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it will all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on. You gotta act confident. I'm losing it. Take care of my Mel for me too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is he really that fragile? I'm no longer doing his voice. As for me, he looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't. Would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let it happen. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He's only in it for his profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it all comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad man in your eyes, I know. Now. Can we please try to keep things civil? Yeah, sorry. Bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old lord, though. Hold on a second. What did you say? He's better than the old. When did the current lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was in the Lord's manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's manor at any time 7 years ago? Nah, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when she didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Oh, shit. You better have a goddamn good reason for this. I came because he said you had something important to discuss. Now, care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we had company. I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. Wait, this voice thing. And who the hell would you be? He's an angel. Or a prophet? What? Did you finally snap under pressure? I'll leave it up to you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling medicine and passing it out to the church. Which one of you squealed? No one told him. No one told him anything. He just knew. He knows everything, including my deepest, darkest desires. What happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Well, my downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key. Then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not as much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from internal loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however, because I am not from this time, and I have no direct interaction with her or anyone else until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle, the biggest piece, that you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than everyone else here. No, I am certain. I am all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How did you end up capturing and imprisoning Morgana? What you thought and felt along the way? Your truth will get through to her, I know it. That will be the turning point in all of this. Her curse will be no more, and you will be all returned to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it. Neither will I. Oh wait, I'm changing the word. Exchange their voice. Damn worthless curs. I'll call the guards then. What do you think I am exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I never so much as designed to speak with you lowly peasant. Now, get out of my sight, or I'll take it as an act of aggression and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room, right now, you are not a lord, you are a lone man. Until you hand over your key, will not let you leave, and you'll find that there aren't guards for you to call. You're all alone in this estate. Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms. Ironic coming from you. Huh. I didn't think you'd turn cold so eagerly. The nun and your kid sister are on it too, I take it. We are only working for you. We never felt any allegiance to it. Loyalty founded on what has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain fluctuating feelings. But it would appear that this white man shattered the foundation. How long have you been colluding with them, Kerr? I have arrived in this era 2 days ago. What? 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you? They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly want these two in mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As I've said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely not an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he'd known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I'd never told anyone before. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. You've been lurking around the city for far longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong. I would have taken notice sooner or later. Ha! I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the witch you're after, I'm on the obvious target, yes. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're going to tie me up, torture me until I tell you what you want to know. That's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word and he's in ropes. Wait. We agree we're not getting rough. I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We didn't need to exchange blows. Only words. Anyway, if we're going to beat it out of him, we would have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into fights. Physically or verbally. That's right. Well, it looks like I got no way out, so you got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. What? That was easier than I expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did they make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job. So why split into 3 ways? Is that of any of your concern, Kerr? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, didn't you? Something, somewhere, went wrong, and you backed yourself in a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. Am I right? Or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo? Jacopo? But is it his name? Jean-Fra... I can't pronounce French names, man. Francois Vanier? That's Lord Vanier, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I am the son of Vanier, which means I'm royalty. No, you're not. I don't know how you came to call yourself Vanier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt, the lords. Oh, that explains the thing in the cellar. Anyway, sorry, I just figured out something. The slave revolt, the Lord's banner, 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right. You saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave for 7 years ago. Slave? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like, hell, a former slave could become royalty. You did, though. You went through a slave to Lord. Enough! I don't know who's filling this white-haired heads of yours with this drivel. I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally, though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria? You've been talking to her too? Because she was afraid if Morgana find out, it will only serve to throw her deeper in despair. The man who once saved her was now responsible for keeping her in prison. Your ears not work, Kerr. I've said, I've had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to this story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you only acted for your benefit, only to cause her pain. If you want the key so damn badly, then take it. Set the bitch free. I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Again, the key is not what I needed right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial in saving Morgana's soul. Enough! When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence! And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more fucking word and I'll swear to God. How did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions. No. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand, pointing at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sent a jolt of excruciating pain in my right arm. Ah! I'll rip your fucking head off! The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just slack-jawed as him. What the hell is going on? Why? How? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though, and no time to think about it either. I had to make a decision right now. The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. I can... Without thinking, I shoved the door aside. What? The next thing I see is the Lord's body crumbling to the floor. His head rolling off in a separate direction. I am aghast, dumbfounded, my eyes swimming, as blood spreads in the pool around his body. Why? Why did you have to kill him? Wait, did I choose the right option? Did I accidentally fuck up? What the fuck? Was he supposed to die here? Holy shit. What the hell? Why is he dead? Did I choose the wrong option? Oh, God, I have no idea, actually. I'm not in the mood to have, like, bad endings right now, because I'm gonna play, RE4. Fata Morgana choices. But, la, 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 la. Oh no, this is the bad end. That's a bad ending. Just a bad ending, accidentally. I knew it. Something felt like he wasn't supposed to die here yet. Kind of deal, you know. God damn. I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace, and as soon as I do, what the hell is this? What's that black stuff? The blackness swirls, consuming us all. No! Stop! What is this? Don't make me! Watch this! His shouts fade in the distance. My mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happened whenever Giselle and I opened the door. The same darkness I gaze into again and again and again and again in that cursed mansion. The house that exists outside reality. Far, far off into the distance, I can see a gentle light, like coal ripped out of the darkness. Oh wait, I'm watching Distortion. I see he's using Ashley now. Anyway, green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness. It was never present in the past. It was as though a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? But even my questions are in short order, swallowed up by the void. Soon my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view sights, sounds, and emotions of someone's past. I become an observer, as I've had many times before. Oh, I like the twist. He was a slave boy. He was a slave. I am staring in a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that the wave of turning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I am powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake, you gotta be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why? Why am I made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid, fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Why did I turn? Where did this absurd black smoke come from? Why can't I get out of it? If that's white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's a goddamn devil himself. But all my questions, my confusion and frustration, everything that composes my present is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Yeah, we'll see. We'll look at Jakob's past. To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get the chance to see any of it all. And those who were born into affluence, well, they had no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside of what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up into the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it's like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it is. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone is going to think you're a gravekeeper, or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl named Morgana turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost concealed beneath dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. What? I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity of hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I was just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug and then turned away. She never faced away head on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that caused large patches of her flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly she looked fine before, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovering. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on. Don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money, and I can use it however I please, so shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want to rub it in the real hard, huh? Fine. With a forlorn graveyard at their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have at the very least preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh. I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. What? Wait, sorry. I'm watching RE4 on the side, and what the hell is Ashley doing? Anyway, let me continue. But honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this was actually quite so blah blah blah. She didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of a 20-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been a victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her. I didn't ask either because I knew doing so would reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At that time, the only thing that ever come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others, but it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana, even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything. I just want you to heal up. And here I thought you're going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not going to make you a prostitute? What other reason can you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She felt quiet, sitting there emotionally as I rubbed ointment into her face. The skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to touch, but honestly rather stomach-turning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I'd said about wanting to see her face was true, but what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That's the possibility. That possibility is just part of the fun. You had as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's no wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed. but her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter where she looked, no matter what she looked like. That was what really mattered ultimately. I can only imagine how hard it was to have her life turn completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she got cagey with me, so I assumed she had been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land, somewhere along the line ending up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I want to hit myself over the head. I'll still be your friend, even if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people. Do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two. Makes them more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it stay anywhere? Not particularly, no. Alright. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously? It's your damn birthday, that's why. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. She gave a sheepish nod. Wait. Which was honestly kind of cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and turned to leave. Once I had been offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. Oh, you don't want... Sorry, I'm still watching. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it! I said with a soft chuckle, then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise, and I had more than enough reason to believe I could. A few years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate though, because I was particularly responsible in inciting the revolt. I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old, but people were constantly grumbling about how he had seemed to treat the land as his own personal playground, spoiling everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in the contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I'd known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people had been happier having born as a dog or cat or owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world, looking down at the less fortunate with pity. The second are those who have nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system keeping them down. It should come to no surprise that I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor, telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance, there were people on the outside ready, waiting to help. Glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside who could take them to another city or neighboring country. I had neither the money nor power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that whatever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was so in a dire condition that when I found her, she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower, so I brought her to the brothel where a friend of mine worked and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger and starting a full-blown revolution. And once the elation passed, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs. No way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me of a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was once a maid servant for the Baronier's estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord, and that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood, and if I could convince the lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she asked my alleged mother could return to her old life in the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Bernier house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I would have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think on it. But she was telling the truth, though. It could transform our revolution into a dream, into a reality. We wouldn't be restricted into inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. "Have you decided what you're going to give her?" That was the very first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short blonde-haired prostitute and good friend of mine, flashed me with a devilish smirk. "I brought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they?" Wait, I'll be right back. Oh damn, maybe Distortion could actually finish the game by today. Anyway, I'm just gonna read normally because I'm starting to lose stamina. It's been how many hours? I've been 2 hours and 30 minutes, so I really am losing stamina. So just gonna read normally. Most do. Me? I've got a taste for knives and other pointy things. I doubt she has much interest in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time suggested we were anything more than friends. People had this annoying short-sighted tendency to assume just because a guy and girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend, and the best as I could tell, it's all that she thought of me as well. Mary and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute, myself a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about light when things go bad. So is today the day? Are you gonna finally tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12 as of today. Practically an adult. I was knee deep and dig at that time. You're comparing her to you? The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg, party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. Alright. I chewed over what Mary had said as I watched her disappear down the brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did indeed have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds, and Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think of anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by that fact, though. If anyone else were to find out, I can only imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12, and I was 22. That was a different time. That wasn't normal. I never felt this way about anyone else either. Anyone else that young either. Any other girl Morgana's age just looked like another kid to me. Why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we met, she would tell me to go to hell, and she refused to walk anywhere with me, and no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better place when I was with her. I made her want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face isn't healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana. God, no, that's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel, I made my way to the back room. Maria and a handful of unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitute chatted among themselves about work in unbashedly graphic detail, creating info which customers were good and which customers were bad. All the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. I'm losing it. You guys think you can maybe change the subject? Like, we have anything else to talk about? Making the birthday girl want to hide in the corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? You know what? I think I'll Yeah, I don't think I could continue reading narrating, but you know what? We're gonna go silent reading from here on because I intend to finish this now. I mean, I only have like how many hours before RE4 shows up? Oh fuck! Maybe this is longer than I expected. New DLC has been added to your account. Ooh, that took a while. I have 3 hours before, you know. So we're just going to there's one more yeah, I can't read this aloud any further, so I'm just gonna do silent reading. Yeah. You'll hear my voice again later at the RE4 stream. So yeah. You know what? I'll comment when I can, but I'm gonna mostly silently read. I hate this bullshit. Man, this is so fucked up, man. Damn. Wait, shit, man. He didn't know it was Morgana. Oh, fuck. Oh man, this is so fucked up, man. This is so fucked up. Oh man, everyone in the story basically fucked up. Damn, he really fucked that up. No, everyone in the story really fucked up. God damn. Shit. Fairly certain the white hair girl is Morgana now. Yeah, every one of them, yeah. I'm convinced the white hair girl is it's a part of Morgana. God damn it! God damn it! Oh man, he fucked up the bus! Holy shit! Oh shit. Yeah, that's an important lesson. Occasion doesn't matter. Because the moment you wait for occasion, the mood or feeling, you already fucked up. Oh damn, we're doing it. When he takes the necklace, Yakuba looks as though he's on the verge of tears. Whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face or simply because he's no longer able to, he doesn't actually shed any doubt. The other two just stand and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but knew they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give him an idea what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacobo takes up the head of the procession to the observation tower. While it lasts for a brief moment, I see an image of the young man he used to be in a slightly slouched shoulder. Oh shit, when this plays, you just know. They each insert and turn the individual keys. The lock disengaging, the door giving a deep moan as its wings open. You know what? I already used up my we'll just continue silent read. no, she was already dying. Oh, okay. She's essentially having a Tulpa moment. We're talking about, yeah. She's talking to the white-haired girl, which is basically herself. This is the Jesus moment. Yes, of course it had to be the Archangel Michelle. Oh no! We're too late. Oh no, she dies anyway. Well, considering his experiences, yeah, he should do this. He still should do this confession thing. This is the most Jesus moment I've ever seen. Right? Sundari. what's gonna happen next? Shit, what's gonna happen next? What the hell? They're all dead. It's not. It's obviously not the past. It's a world of was 9 o'clock. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Fuck. Let's hope this goes. Yeah, I have a feeling this go further. Yo, the white-haired girl. No thanks, bro. No thanks, bro. Okay. Well, might as well do it. Yeah, you know what? This is the number one thing I learned from going through this through Fata Morgana. It's important to talk things out, you know. Don't let the misunderstandings pile up and all that shit. You just know. You just know. You just fucking know what she meant by that. Their face. Wait, what the fuck's happening? Sorry, I was on my side view. I'm watching Leon. Never mind. Torsion is already at like he's about to start chapter 11 in RE4. Oh my god. He's not even half the bad you think he is. I like the term blend in. I can't do it. I love her expression. But I can't force this. I love her expressions. It wouldn't be fair. Yeah, I guess you're right. Obligated. I thought there's two endings here. My natural inclination is to do this. I know there's a different ending if I choose this one. The painter. Oh, the painter. I totally forgot his deal. Oh, Georges. You know what? Okay, this is interesting. I really didn't see this coming. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, shit. I think Georges had the. Okay, this is kind of weird. Ah! I feel bad. Wait. So son. Come on, give us your dairy face, man. Oh, speaking of the his brother, there is one more brother we have to deal with. Yeah, Ditter. Oh, at least I'm with Georges right now, so it is a family reunion of sorts. Damn, because yeah, it was weird that we didn't have Ditter yet. God damn it! Damn. Ah, damn. Shit. Like, Georgie, yeah, it's totally fine. You know, it's totally fine. Roadhouse.
Algum dia você me deu a laranja imatula. Algum dia você me deu algum dia você me deu a laranja algum dia você me deu luz, dança volátil.
Oh, she's smiling.
Alguns dias você estende a mão por mim.
Trying to smile regardless. So where are you now? Oh my god. Best girl is back. Busmado. Wait, give me a second. And with that, went to 67. Oh yeah, that last name, Ida. Oh, he died super young on his first on his second life. He's 24. Pauline Asama. Oh my god, 18. It's like Dinner died at 37. Oh, I'm surprised George's live way longer than Dinner did. But Dinner is like a knight, so I totally understand. I mean, I get the lifespan thing during the Middle Ages and all, but holy shit, George's, man. The hell's happening in Resident Evil 4? I'm watching the stream and I was like, how the fuck do I get to that point? What the hell year is this, man? Is this like random 2008? You know, this is like a 2007 Rose Street, City of Westminster? Yeah, it says Westminster. I guess they're British now. They're British. What? Now we're in France. Of course, it had to be Japanese. The best engineer is Japanese in France. Wi-Fi. Right. So random French people. Oh, no, they're supposed to be tourists. The Yakubo's now. Oh, HSBC. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is you know. Oh no. He's in France. He's not French. He's an Italian guy in France. Oh, this is Morgana. Fucking France, man. Well, we know they're French. It's kind of a car. Oh, just sell.
Só chegar a esta casa, luz, você rodeia, luz que não gostei, mas você meu sol mais brilhante. Depois, blooming at lover. Não faz medo nada. Escuridão sem sol.
This is a fucking good story, bro. This is a fucking good story. We're gonna be starting Resident Evil 4 in maybe 2 hours, or maybe 2 hours. I'm still watching. I'm still watching Distortion fight some giants. Sandbox supporters. You guys never told me there was a fan box. God damn. You guys should have told me. Well, I'm supporting now. I have officially have like my visual novel triumvirate recommendations. I have a triumvirate now. Holy shit. There are actually side stories and all I had to go through, but I think I'm dealing with that after RE4. I'm actually not yet. I haven't done the epilogue of the Hill of Sunflowers for Subahibi. You don't have to wait any longer. Nice. Just so. Yeah, yeah. I know there's modern day. There's a story of modern. Oh, here we go.
Estou contando os dias que nós passamos.
Yeah, boy.
Se esconde de toda calada.
Look at that handsome fuck.
Somente olha, olha, já acho
Wait, give me a sec.
que você mostra-me toda gelada palavras. Fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua fileira no coração quando eu estou contando.
Nice, I got Ending 8. I actually have no idea what the other endings went. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. That has a deal, Father. Bestow upon their souls thy blessing. Wait. I know this is lovely though. Nice, the special CGs. I know there's like the no, I'll deal with the prologue thing some other time. Yeah, they don't include this picture, you know. Yeah, I actually want to get an art book now. This is so pretty, man. All right, that's it for today's. Well, I'm more or less done with Fata Morgana. Unless, well, I could check out the other endings, but there are like the short stories, and I do want to check them out. I think I'll stream them probably, or I'll just read them on my own. Yeah, I want to check out the. Yeah, I want to get another bucket list. This is a interestingly looking series. I like the story. It's really well crafted. Like, even if I'm kind of aware of a bit of the spoilers, a lot of things still kind of got me, man. It's so good. Like, the setup is so good. Like, there's a lot of early on setups. Like, of the triumvirate VNs that I really love, which is Umineko, Subahibi, and this. This was the most well thought of them three. But I guess impact wise, I don't know. I need time to think about it. But of the three, this is the most well structured. Impactful is a different criteria for me, but when it comes to how the story was crafted and all, that's a really good. It's really top tier. Really top tier. It's the top of my top three. Anyway, I'll see you guys in an hour or two when I finally installed RE4 and I get started playing. So yeah, I'll be taking the break and I'll see you guys on the later stream.